Sports.
Never ever quit. That has been your Rangers motto for the past 2 seasons. That phrase also applies to tonight's starter, Kyle Lohse. After a successful 15-year career, Kyle could have walked away from baseball, but he took the opportunity the Rangers gave him, and he's worked his way back to the major leagues. Tonight, Kyle Lohse makes his Ranger debut against the Minnesota Twins. Next on Fox Sports Southwest. Texas Rangers baseball is presented by high-speed internet from AT&T. Well, the good news from Globe Life Park tonight is that it's much cooler. Bad news is it took some rain to do that. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay before we start Game 3 this evening, but we will have baseball in the very near future from Arlington. And welcome in, everyone, along with Tom Graves, Steve Busby. Glad you stuck with us and glad you joined us tonight. Rangers getting ready to take on these Minnesota Twins. Kyle Lohse, who broke in with the Twins back in 2001, back in the big leagues with the Rangers, gets the start tonight.
He does, and I'm sure it's a big night for him, Buzz. Last year was not a good year for Kyle Lohse, but there's been a lot of pitchers in Major League Baseball. The majority of them have not won 147 games in the big leagues like he has. Prior to last year, he had 4 years where he was 24 games over 500 and didn't have an ERA above 3.5. So this guy has been a very good pitcher, 1 year removed from being a very good pitcher. He's thrown at least 90 pitches in 4 straight starts in AAA. So he's ready for this start tonight, Buzz, and I have to think that he'll be a little bit more pumped up for a big league game than he was for the minor league games.
Yeah, you would think so. Even a 15-year veteran gets the butterflies when he gets back on that hill at the major league level. So we will have baseball this evening. Kyle Lohse and the Rangers will take on the Twins. We're going to have a little bit of a delay, and after this break, Dana and Mac and Pudge will be back to take us right up toward first pitch. We'll be back with more on Fox Sports Southwest prior to the Rangers and Twins game. July evening, a 75-degree night here at Globe Life Park. Your Rangers getting set to take on the Minnesota Twins. Steve Busby along with Tom Green, and Tom's going to tell you about the Twins lineup tonight.
Well, the Twins will start off with Eduardo Nunez, their shortstop. Joe Mauer is the first baseman. Miguel Sano is at third base. He'll bat third tonight. Brian Dozier is the cleanup hitter. Max Kepler will bat fifth in right field. Kenneth Vargas is the DH. Eddie Rosario is in left field. Juan Centeno bats eighth. He's the catcher. Batting ninth is the center fielder, Danny Santana.
And that lineup for Paul Molitor tonight, facing the newest Ranger. He's no stranger to Major League Baseball. 37-year-old right-hander Kyle Lohse. Lohse signed a minor league contract, pitched down a round robin for the Rangers in 10 starts. He was 3-5 with a 5.06 ERA and a 2.70 opponent's average, but he has been much better than that the last 4 or 5 times out. That ERA down right around 3. So he brings a head of steam here to Arlington. He is set to go to work. We are underway at 9:15, an hour and 10-minute delay. And Lohse's first pitch is in for strike one. Eduardo Nunez leading off, that 3.23 average for the Twin shortstop. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kyle Lohse broke into ball with these Minnesota Twins back in 2001. It was his Major League debut. That's popped out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kyle, that year, 2001, went 4-6 in his first 19 Major League ball games. He has won as many as 16 games. He did that with the St. Louis Cardinals. Had a great year in 2012 with St. Louis. Went 16-3, and those are the best numbers of his career. Little fisted pop-up, and Robinson Chirinos off of the mask. That is a pretty good way to start things. A jam shot pop-up, 1 away. And we'll take a look at the Ranger defense as delivered to you tonight by the Texas Department of Transportation. Mazzara, Desmond, and Chu left, center, and right. Mitch Moreland back in the lineup. Good to see Mitch in there. Odor joins him on the right side with Andrus and Beltre on the left side. And Robinson Chirinos behind the plate. So 1 away, and here is Joe Mauer. And Kyle Lohse, as he will do, filling up that strike zone. Mauer hitting at .269, 7 home runs, 27 driven in. We saw him last night in a pinch hitting role in the 9th inning. Rangers winning last night 6-5 in come from behind fashion. Another 1-run win, their 19th 1-run victory of the year. Lohse with a 1-1. One corner to the other. 1-2. Kyle Lohse, the 6th different pitcher to make his mound debut with the Rangers in the last 14 ball games. Yep, Managers Club, a lot of turnover. Two-2 pitch, just missed. So Mauer with a full count. Hitting second in the order, Miguel Sano, the power hitting third baseman, will follow. In case you missed it, Rangers now with a 7-game lead in the AL West. That ball's ripped by Mauer down the right field line. It's a foul ball. And not foul by very much. First base umpire Brian Knight down the line had a good look at it.
And first base coach and Mauer were both looking at this a little bit longer than normal. No chalk, bounced up though, so it was probably a half-an-inch foul.
Now Paul Molitor saying, hang on here a second, I want my video guys to look at that, get their opinion.
That's about as close to being foul without being fair that you could possibly hit a ball. And I think if it was fair at all, the chalk would have kicked up, and Paul Molitor didn't see the chalk, and they're not going to contest it.
And maybe a little bit of rain dampened that chalk down too, helped out a bit.
That's possible. That's possible. That worked to the Rangers' advantage if that's the case.
Another 3-2 pitch. Well, that was going to be fair. Mauer didn't hit it sharply, but pulled it into right for a base hit. And Chu will get it back in. So Mauer on with a one-out single. Going to bring up Sano.
Dump it in. Mauer didn't get the double down the line, but got a soft single to right field anyway.
No, one on, one out. Here is Miguel Sano. It is 14th home run of the year in last night's ball game. And a big 3-run shot. Now has driven in 36. On the outside corner for strike one. Bill Miller, by the way, calling the balls and strikes tonight. He's the crew chief, the veteran umpire back there. Rangers a couple of steps around to the left on the infield for Sano. One ball and one strike. And the rest of the umpiring crew, Brian Knight, we talked about down at first. Tony Randazzo at second. Adam Hamari down the line at third. Bill Miller calling the balls and strikes for you. 2 balls and a strike. Kyle Lohse, 6'2", 215-pound right-hander. And he falls behind Sano now. 3 balls and a strike. Sano batting third. Brian Dozier, the second baseman, follows him in the order. Rangers and Twins have matched up 5 times this year coming into tonight. Twins having the advantage in the season series so far, 3-2. High fly ball twisting out of play down the right side. Chu over to take a look. But it's well back into the seats and it fills the count. The Twins have got off to a terrible start. 11-29 on the road also. That has not picked up for them. They played better baseball. Paul Molitor says he's encouraged with how the younger guys have kind of grown into the role this year. Still trailing the Cleveland Indians by 22 games. Call strike 3.
Oh, that's painting the outside corner. Sano didn't like it. And that ball's touching the lower outside part of the plate. Perfect pitch by Kyle Lohse. You see the gloves, and you see the ball. Exactly where he was trying to throw it.
Some guys use that big wide 4-inch brush to paint with. Kyle Lohse uses a real tiny fine line one.
That was exactly where he was trying to throw it.
Well, 2 outs. Here's Dozier. Brian Dozier at .250 average with 13 home runs and 42 driven in. 1 ball and no strikes. Dozier against Lohse. Couple of home runs and a 4-for-9 line. For Kyle Lohse, this is his 4th start against the Twins in his career. Other 3 came with the Milwaukee Brewers. Right-hander okay is the sign, and now the 1-1 pitch. Powering fly ball to shallow left. Mazzara makes the catch. That will do it. No Mauer's single, no damage done. Kyle Lohse through the first. Half an inning in the books. It's the Twins nothing. The Rangers coming up. Ford Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today during the Ford Freedom Sales event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. By AT&T high-speed internet. Get a deal worth talking about. Get high-speed internet from AT&T. And by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Ricky Nolasco going to work. The leadoff hitter for tonight again, Shin-Soo Choo, and he takes strike one. Choo, 264, 7 home runs, 16 driven in. He rips that pitch foul back into the seats. 0-2. Ricky Nolasco, a 33-year-old right-hander, couple of different fastballs, a two-seamer that runs away from left-handers, and a four-seamer which he keeps in on left-handers. Curveball and a split-fingered pitch that he uses for a changeup. Choo loops it into left, and Shin-Soo Choo opens up the ball game for the Rangers with an opposite field single. And Tom's going to tell you about the Southwest Airlines Rangers batting order.
Well, you just saw Shin-Soo Choo lead off with a base hit. Ian Desmond's up now. He's batting second. Rougned Odor will bat third again. Adrian Beltre is the cleanup hitter. Prince Fielder's the DH, followed by the left fielder Nomar Mazara. Elvis Andrus bats seventh. Mitch Moreland back in the lineup at first base will bat eighth, and the catcher batting ninth is Robinson Chirinos.
No one on, nobody out. Here is Ian Desmond. Desmond, the one hitter in the Ranger order that has had a lot of at-bats against Nolasco, and he grounds one through the hole on the left side, a base hit. Choo stops at second. Desmond had had 5 hits in 19 at-bats, make that 6 out of 20 now against Nolasco. Back-to-back singles open up the Ranger first.
Number 12, Rougned Odor.
Not wasting any time, hitting the first fastball he saw. He got a ball middle of the plate about belt high. Why wait for another one? Nolasco has good control. He doesn't walk many. He will tend to give up a lot of hits, however. He also tends to give up hits with men on base. Higher batting average in that circumstance than with nobody on base.
He's also had a little trouble keeping the ball in the park this year. Rougned Odor takes the breaking ball that hangs outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Odor, 276 and a 3-hit game last night. Came up a home run shy of the cycle. Rougned, the team leader with 16 home runs. And he has driven in 44. That's out of play to the left, and it evens the count and a ball and a strike. The Rangers 54 and 34. 7 games now ahead of the Houston Astros, who lost this evening to the Oakland A's. Rangers at 29 and 13 here at home. That's the second best home winning percentage in the American League. That ball's ripped to center field. Santana's going back. He makes the catch just before he gets to the warning track. Choo tags at second, advances to third. That was a bullet off the bat of Rougned Odor, and Santana able to track it down.
Yeah, Rudy needed to get this one up in the air a little bit. Might have carried a little bit better, long enough to get off the wall or over the fence. As it was, the line shot was run down easily in center field near the warning track by Danny Santana. But the Rangers have a man on third base and only 1 out, giving Adrian a good chance to pick up a run right here.
And if you were to pick a Ranger to bring up with runners in scoring position, this would probably be your man. Adrian among the league leaders, not just team leaders, but league leaders. Runners in scoring position. He's 4th in the American League with a .359 average. And Nolasco drops in that curveball for strike 1. Overall, Adrian at 277. A dozen home runs, 53 driven in. Adrian snapped an 0 for 9 with a base hit last night early in the game. 1 ball and 1 strike. Catcher tonight, Juan Centeno handling Ricky Nolasco. And Nolasco, even though he has good control, he has a lot of movement on that 2-seam fastball and the splitter. Makes it very difficult for a catcher, especially with a runner on third base. get that ball in the dirt, and catcher has to be alert. Velasco falling behind Beltre, 2-1. Velasco okays the sign. He will drive Desmond back with a throw. Velasco, part of the philosophical change the Twins had a couple of years ago about starting pitching. They went for experienced pitchers. They signed a multi-year contract. And out at first base, the call as Desmond trying to scamper back, and the throw is up around his shoulders. Maurer caught the ball and applied the tag in one motion. Throw right there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, the quick throw. I don't think Ian was going anywhere. He had a good-sized lead. That was just a quick throw that surprised him.
No, a pickoff of Ian Desmond. They're now 2 outs. 2-1 the count to Beltre. And he rips it to center, but Santana has this one measured. Oh, after all that, the Rangers come up empty. No runs on 2 hits and 1 left. After 1, we are scoreless in Arlington. The second, we're going to say hello to Emily Jones.
Well, Buzz, Kyle Lohse back out for the second inning, making his first start for the Texas Rangers. I asked Banny what he's looking for out of the 37-year-old veteran.
He's very similar to Colby in a sense that he's going to move the fastball around. He's got to throw the 4-seam fastball up and down. He's got to throw a 2-seam fastball down so that he can get some ground balls. But he's got to be able to have separation with his changeups. Changeup's always been a plus pitch for him, and so if he can create that separation front to back with the fastball change and then the occasional breaking ball to keep the hitters honest, this is a guy that can pitch.
And hopefully it will result in a long outing for Kyle Lohse. Of course, the bullpen very taxed the last several days, and so Kyle will look to eat some innings here for the Rangers tonight, Buzz.
All right, Em, thank you. Yeah, good points. That is paramount as far as what the Rangers need from Kyle Lohse. He pumps in strike 2 to Max Kepler, leading off this second inning.
Kyle going out of his way to keep the ball away from the middle of the plate, just painting around the edges. Doing a pretty good job of it 5 hitters into the game.
Odor in a good spot there, and 1 gone. Well, there's the kind of ground ball that Jeff Bannister was talking about. That fastball away, little 2-seamer that runs away from the left-hander. You get a guy like Kepler to roll over on it just a little bit. You get a lot of ground balls with that pitch. Kyle Lohse very effective at both sides of the strike zone. Actually, 15 years at the big league level, and he has been a quality pitcher. 7 years of double-figure wins for Kyle Lohse. Kenny Vargas takes the pitch just off the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes. Vargas in limited time, a couple of home runs and 3 RBI, a 455 batting average. 2-0. Vargas, a powerful switch hitter up there from the left side. 3-0. So Vargas hitting 6th in the order. Eddie Rosario, the left fielder, follows. Here's Rosario. And ball 4. Well, Lohse trying to be careful with the big left-handed slugger. Puts him aboard. First walk of the evening. 1 on, 1 out for Rosario. Well, folks, it's baseball's biggest summer event. Don't miss baseball's biggest stars of the 87th All-Star Game, presented by MasterCard. That's coming up on July 12th, only on Fox. Coverage begins at 6:30 p.m. Central. This year out in San Diego at Petco Park. Fastball catches the inside corner. Rosario was getting back out of the way, and Bill Miller said, no, that's a pretty good pitch.
He tried to buy himself a ball right there, but he didn't sell it very well to Bill Miller.
Rosario, a 206 average. 1-1. Rosario 3 home runs and 11 driven in. You see 1 for 6 in previous matchups against Kyle Lohse. Out of play to the left. The count moves to 1-2. Well, the last outing that Kyle Lohse had was at New Orleans. He worked 7 innings. 5 hits and 3 runs in that ball game. Two and two.
I mentioned that 2015 was a little bit of a struggle for Kyle, but if you look at the 4 years before that, 11, 12, 13, and 14, he was 54 and 30 with an ERA somewhere around 340. He was an excellent pitcher for 4 straight years. Fell back a little bit last year, trying to make a comeback this year.
Ranger fans look back to the remember the 2011 World Series when Lohse was with the St. Louis Cardinals. Lohse pitched game 3 of that World Series in this ballpark. Didn't fare very well. Rangers got to it, but that was one of his better years. Another 2-2 pitch. Pulled foul. We'll try it again. 2011, Lohse went 14-8 with the Cardinals, 30 starts. And that followed the next year when he had that great year in 2012, a 16-game winner and just 3 losses. Or 211 innings, the 3rd time in his career that he worked 200 or more innings in a campaign. It's the outside corner, trying to cut one through the back door and couldn't get it done. So the count is full to Rosario.
And when Lohse first came up with Minnesota, his fastball was low 90s, occasionally reached the mid 90s. He was a much harder thrower. And his changeup was a definite weapon for him back then. Probably he still is now.
Payoff pitch. High in the air, down the right field line. And into the corner, but foul. Shin-Soo Choo over there to take a look. As we told you, in the 15 seasons for Kyle Lohse, 147 wins, 141 losses, 416 big league starts, a 4.37 career ERA. Pretty low walk figure, about 1.34 per 9 innings. To right center field, that is trouble. It is down and going to the wall. Coming around third, Vargas, the stop sign is put up. And a good thing for the Twins that it was, because A great relay throw into Odor, and Rubnet was going to throw a strike to Robinson Chirinos.
Well, that's one thing that you have to think third base coaches around the league factor in their decision whether to send the runner. And that's the Rangers' ability to run a cutoff play quickly and accurately with strong, accurate arms in the outfield. And whether it's Rubnet or Elvis making the relay throw home, the same thing there. Strong, accurate arms. Rangers have cut down a lot of runs that way. I don't think there's an outfielder that gets rid of the ball any quicker than Ian does. And they were able to stop him at third base.
So second and third now with one out. Left-handed hitting Juan Centeno. Get a great look at it from behind home plate.
And this throw is right on line, too.
Loesch from the stretch. And misses a bit low. 2 balls and no strikes. Centeno, a .231 hitter, a couple of home runs, 10 driven in. Rangers playing the infield back with one out. They will concede the run with a chance to get an out. Chu can't get to it. It's down and toward the corner. 2 runs are home. Centeno with a 2-run single. And the Twins jump out in front 2-0. Juan Centeno got a pitch up and drilled it to right. Drives in his 11th and 12th runs of the year. No, Twins with an early lead. Now Danny Santana, the center fielder and number 9 hitter, will step in. Santana, a .250 average. Switch hitter up there from the left side, has a couple of home runs. He has driven in a dozen. Loesch with the 0-1 pitch. Kyle Loesch time in Minnesota, the first 6 years of his career. He went to Cincinnati for a couple. Finished up the 2007 season at Philadelphia. 13 games for the Phillies. They went to St. Louis. He was there from 2008 through 2012, and really at the height of his career. Won 15 games, 16 games, 14. 1-2 pitch. Poke to Beltre. We'll go at second, and that's all they'll get. Cut off the sliding Centeno. So the force removes the Twins catcher. 2 gone. And back to the top of the order for Eduardo Nunez.
Now batting shortstop Eduardo Nunez.
They know there's not going to be a double play. They know the catcher's running, so they got an easy out at second. He'll take the lead runner. Try to get Nunez right here to end the inning. 45 pitches for Loesch here in the second inning.
Nunez began things by popping out to Robinson Chirinos. Shoots that out of play down the right side. 0-1. Nunez currently hitting at .322. He is now 0 for 6 in his career against Kyle Loesch. 1-1. Loesch, born and raised in Northern California, around Chico, the Sacramento area. Kyle was originally drafted by the Cubs in the 1997 draft. 2 balls and a strike. Twins got Loesch in '99. Rick Aguilera and Scott Downs went to Chicago. Sky to center field. Desmond over to his left, and that'll do it. The Twins, though, get on the board first. They get 2 runs on 2 hits and leave 1. After 1.5, the Twins 2, the Rangers nothing. On Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today during the Ford Freedom Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. Well, the Rangers come to bat here in the bottom of the second, trailing now 2-0. Prince Fielder takes a Ricky Nolasco fastball for strike 1. Fielder, Mazara, and Andrews, the first 3 Rangers to face the 33-year-old right-hander Ricky Nolasco. Fielder 3 out of 10 in his career against Nolasco as he takes inside. 2 of those 3 hits for Prince left the ballpark. Two and 1. Nolasco, originally selected by the Chicago Cubs himself, went to the then Florida Marlins back in 2006, made his major league debut that year. Prince shoots one down to Mauer, who stayed with a tricky hop. 1 gone. And before Nomar Mazara steps in, let's say hello to Jim Knox.
All right, appreciate it, Buzz. What a crowd here tonight at Globe Life Park. And one of the biggest crowds right here is with Sergeant Travis, retired from the Armed Forces after 23 years. How many people do you have here for a going-away party?
I think right now around 150 or 200.
Well, way to go. I know you're a big Ranger fan. Good to have everyone out here tonight. Thank you for everything you're doing. Happy retirement. Way to go, Sergeant. Enjoy the game, everyone. There we go, Buzz.
All right, Knoxie. Strike 1 to Nomar Mazara.
Now, the Rangers started out with a couple of base hits, and since that time they've hit 3 ropes. 2 line shots to center and a hard ground ball to first. Sprinkled in with a pickoff. Came away with no runs, but a lot of balls hit hard.
Well, you mentioned that Nolasco gives up a lot of base hits, and contact is his strong point. He gets a lot of that. A little pop up that Dozier will backpedal and make the grab on. 2 away.
Batting seventh, the shortstop, number 1.
Next to be Elvis Andrus. Let's take a look at our Lowe's home field advantage, presented by Lowe's. Last 5 ball games for Elvis Andrus in this ballpark. A .412 average, 7 for 17, 2 triples, 7 RBI, and an OPS of 1171. That would be your home field advantage. Strike one is pumped in to Elvis. A .290 average for the Rangers shortstop. 39 RBI with 3 home runs. Rangers coming into play tonight, .266 the team average. That's good for 6th in the American League. They're 4th in runs scored, 432. They've been fairly consistent at Bannister's ball club the last couple of months. Been hitting right at .270. A knockdown slow curveball. Elvis spinning out of the way. You know it's a slow curveball after it takes a while to get there, but that's not the first thought that goes through your mind, is it?
No. The first thought is get out of the way.
Elvis ripped one to deep left field. Going back, Rosario at the wall. Goodbye. Another bullet off Velasco. And Elvis said, this is not staying in the park. 2-1 Twins.
That's one of the harder line drives Elvis has hit this year. That wasn't one of those high flies that finds the front row. That was a line shot that found the front row. Fastball right where Elvis needs it to be to hit a ball like that. Middle of the plate, slightly in. Elvis has used about every move he's got getting back to the dugout.
Now Mitch Moreland, a swing and a miss. That had that good sound to it from a hitter's standpoint.
The only question was it going to get high enough or hit the top of the wall? Well, they hit the back of the wall. Watch this one. Whoa.
The 4th home run of the year for the Rangers shortstop. I don't think he's hit a ball harder this year than that one.
No, he's hit some balls hard, but that might have been the best.
Telling Shin-Soo Choo just how he did it.
Yeah, if you can do this, Shin-Soo, you'll be able to hit one too someday.
Mitch Moreland fouls it back. Yeah. Let me tell you how it's
She says, that's how I hit him to the opposite field.
Well, Mitch in his first start since last Sunday. Came in last night, had an at-bat, took over defensively in the 7th inning. 1-2 the count. That evens things up. Adrian, that little wry smile. Said that's what you're supposed to do with a pitch down there, for Pete's sake. Now Nolasco's 2-2. We'll try it again after the foul ball. Mitch, a .228 average. 11 home runs and 34 driven. And Mitch has kind of slowed down a little bit. Last 17 ball games, hitting just over 200. He got on a roll, though, before the injury bug got him. He's hitting balls out of the ballpark with regularity. That's low and in. The count is now full. So with 2 outs, Mitch trying to prolong this inning. Robinson Chirinos, the Ranger catcher, will follow. Nolasco's payoff pitch. We'll try it again. That home run by Elvis, the first home run the Rangers have hit in the last 3 games. You remember they had a 17-game homer streak. 17 straight games, the 4th longest in their franchise history. And Jeff Bannister's club went 2 games without hitting one. And Elvis broke that drought, mini drought. Another 3-2 to Mitch. That's hit hard off the glove of Mauer. Going to be a foot race to the bag, and Nolasco wins it. Nice play by Mauer to keep that in play. And that'll do it. But Elvis Andrus gets the Rangers on the board. His 4th home run of the year to left field. A run on a hit, nobody left. After 2, the Twins 2 and the Rangers 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. A 1 hour and 10-minute rain delay to start this game. Elvis Andrus got him up and going with his home run. Now Kyle Lohse back out to the hill to start the 3rd inning, and Joe Mauer takes ball 1. Mauer, Sano, and Dozier, the first 3 Twins to face Lohse. Mauer had a base hit to right in the 1st inning. 1 ball and 1 strike. Joe Mauer now a .272 average. Rangers on the infield pull him around to the right side. Outfield the other way. And Desmond going to his right, able to track it down. And that shading that Desmond had a few steps to left center paid off. Without that, I don't think he would have run it down. But that is out number 1, just like it was drawn up in the book. Let's say hello to Emily Jones again.
Well, Buzz, the Rangers have added a UT night to University Days here at Globe Life Park in Arlington, July 28th. The first 1,000 fans who get their special ticket and redeem it here at the ballpark will receive this UT-themed Rangers hat. Visit TexasRangers.com/UT to purchase your Longhorn night tickets. I got to take it off now.
Yeah, I was just asking. How can a Red Raider put that hat on?
It's hard. It's hard. I have a 30-second threshold with it. Just kidding. I know some very, very nice Longhorns. At least 2 of them.
At least 2 of them. Yes. Okay. All right.
Better not give any names, Em. All the Longhorns you know probably think they're one of the 2.
Let's let them think that.
1-2 to Sano. Dive by Moreland. It's off his glove into right field. A base hit. Miguel Sano struck out in the 1st. Now has an opposite field single. 1 on, 1 out for Brian Dozier.
Second baseman Brian Dozier.
Hit that ball right off the end of the bat. Mitch shaded way over that way, but not quite far enough.
No, the 4th hit of the night for the Twins. Brian Dozier steps in 0 for 1. He flied to left field in the 1st inning. Dozier, as you can see, a .249 average. That's the off-speed pitch for strike 1. Brian Dozier, you wouldn't call him a prototypical cleanup hitter. Rangers, as you can see, they're shading him around to the left side. But he has been driving in runs at a pretty prolific rate the last couple of years for the Twins. Well, Paul Molitor, in the absence of a true number 4 hitter, so I'm going to go ahead and leave Dozier in there. He's a run producer, and that's what we're after.
Yeah, last year he was #1 among major league second basemen in extra base hits.
That's this one way up in the air. That's going to carry pretty well, but playable. Desmond and Mazara. And they come together as Desmond makes the catch away from Mazara. Back to first goes Sano. Well, that's the first time in all the time that Ian Desmond has been out there, though, this year, that he has had anything close to miscommunication with a corner outfielder.
Yeah, that's Ian's ball all the way. And the only thing you can maybe guess happened there is Nomar didn't hear Ian yelling for the ball, or maybe Ian just assumed it was his ball all the way and didn't say anything. And for Nomar in left field, he'll keep going until he's called off. He obviously didn't hear anything and just kept going for the ball.
Or, since it was right in front of the Twins bullpen, maybe they were yelling, "You take it, you take it," trying to help the guys out.
That wouldn't be very fair.
But it also wouldn't be the first time that's
No,
happened, would
I'm
it?
sure they're trying it. Why not?
Yeah, they
Nah,
would.
they're not guilty.
No,
They
no.
don't have guilty looks on their
No.
faces.
Oh, 2 gone. Max Kepler, a ground ball to the second baseman Odor, his first time. Sano at first, a modest lead. 2-1. Kepler, who has done some of his best work offensively this year against the Rangers, 3 of his 7 home runs against the Texans. Three balls and a strike now. Kepler hitting 5th. He'll be followed by the designated hitter, Kenny Vargas. Excuse me. Loesch, a check of Sano. And misses outside, ball 4. Oh, 2 on with 2 outs. Vargas coming up before he steps in. Let's send it over to Dana Larson for a Chevy game break. All right,
Oh, he had
Dana.
a pinch hit last night. Back-to-back days with pinch hits. Had a hard time sending him back down.
Yeah, I would think so. Well, here's Vargas, who drew the other walk issued by Loesch tonight. Kyle drops in that breaking ball for strike 1. Loesch 65 pitches, 36 strikes, 29 balls. He works with 2 on and 2 outs here in the 3rd inning. Just off the outer edge. 1-1. Loesch trying to do something that no Rangers starter has done in the last week, and that's go through 5 innings. Rangers have gone 7 games without having a starter.
What was the streak at the beginning of the year? They went like 10 or 12 straight games with no less than 6 innings?
Yeah. Oh, they went 20. 20, I think it was, before somebody lasted less than 6 innings.
Wow, what a difference. Just
Right,
goes to show the ebbs and flows
Yeah.
of 162 games. Ask the Cubs about that.
That's right.
Arrieta gave up 6 runs last night. Lester got knocked around today. Boy, a month ago they were talking about, are the Cubs the greatest team ever?
Right. 2-1 pitch. Good changing. 2-2.
And maybe they will be, but they're going through some tough times right now.
Now, in the Rangers case, that 7-game streak of nobody getting through 5 innings is the longest in club history.
Wow.
To put that in context. And it's also the longest in Major League Baseball since the Rockies had a 7-game streak like that back in 2012.
Well, I would have sworn I lived through some worse than that back in the 80s. I guess it just felt that way.
Yeah. Well, you always had Charlie Huff.
Yeah, that's true. We had Charlie Huff and Kenny Rogers and Kevin Brown. So we always had a couple of guys mixed in there that you could count on.
A full count to Vargas. So with 2 outs, both Sano and Kepler will be off and moving with the next pitch. Loesch checks the runners. Payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Went to the changeup. Vargas couldn't help himself. Loesch gives up a hit and a walk, but strands 2. And after 2.5, it remains the Twins 2 and the Rangers 1 on Fox Sports Southwest. First 15,000 fans receive a bobblehead of All-Star pitcher Cole Hamels. That's courtesy of Dr. Pepper and Tom Thumb. And it's your last chance to see the Rangers before the All-Star break. Just visit TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS to purchase your tickets for tomorrow afternoon's game, the Rangers and the Twins. Robinson Chirinos leading off the Ranger third inning. A 2-1 Minnesota lead. Chirinos takes ball 2 inside. Robinson 203, half a dozen home runs and 12 driven in. Robinson still looking for his first home run at home this year. All 6 have come away from Globe Life Park. Pop foul back right in the front part of our booth.
That's as close as we've had one in about 10 years.
It just got me on the shoulder.
Look, it knocked my TV picture out.
It did. Got no signal. Chris Dyker's going to. Yeah, you got to catch and release it. There you go. Nice going, Fritz. The catch and release for you. Very good. Proud of you. 2-2 to Chirinos. You got to get your monitor back on there. There you go.
That's pretty good. If I had any confidence in my ability to catch a baseball right now, I would have tried for that.
Would you?
Yeah.
The third baseman, Sano, after that ball off the bat of Chirinos and tipped it just far enough to get it away from Nunez. So Robinson will have a base hit.
If Robinson knew exactly how that was going to turn out, he might have been able to get a double on that ball.
Sano slowed it down enough, it wasn't going to get very far. Good deflection.
So realizes there's no one there to get it. The left fielder assumed the play was going to be made. He didn't come in. Well, the Rangers have hit 4 balls hard that have been outs. So they hit that one softly and got a hit.
Starting to even out.
Even it out. I'd go for keep hitting them hard and count on them starting to fall in.
Yeah. Now Shin-Soo Choo, who led off the game with a base hit, went the other way and served it in left field. Takes ball 1. Choo now with the average back up to 270. Rangers now 4 hits, same number the Twins have. Backdoor breaking ball. It is 1-1. Shin-Soo in his last 15 ball games starting to heat up a little bit, hitting .307 in that span. Raised his average some 60 points. Going the other way, but this one's going to be playable for Rosario. Chirinos back to first, 1 gone, and it'll bring up Ian Desmond.
Center fielder, Ian Desmond.
Choo makes the right-hand turn at first, and he'll head back to the Ranger dugout. 1 out of 2 now. Ian Desmond shot a ball through the shortstop hole his first time for a base hit. The Rangers had back-to-back singles to start the game, and couldn't make anything of it. He had 2 hard lineouts and a pickoff in that first. Boy, Desmond right on that breaking ball that stayed up.
He waited for it perfectly.
And that is the definition of a hanging slider right there.
That's his best swing, too. Just didn't quite make connection with it.
Nolasco's 0-1. And that evens things up. Now Desmond, who was 1 for 4 last night, came in 8th in the American League in batting with that .318 mark. It's now up to .320. Takes low, 2-1. Nolasco, as you can see, 42 pitches thus far, 27 strikes, 15 balls. As we talked about, he's not much on walking people. Give up a lot of base hits. But he's a change of speed specialist. A couple of different looks with the fastball. His split-fingered pitch is his primary changeup. Into the flow of that slower curveball. Desmond waiting for the 2-2 pitch. Shot foul. And we'll come back and try it again. Ian now making his 54th start in the number 2 spot in the Ranger order. What's some numbers for him? How about a .352 average? Batting second so far this year.
I think he's probably going to stay there with that batting average.
I would think.
And the way he's hit and gotten on base, he could hit anywhere. First, second, third, fourth, you name it. Be a perfect spot for him in any spot in the lineup.
Another 2-2 coming. Off the end of the bat. Spoiled a pretty good breaking ball for Nolasco. And Desmond, and the numbers that we talk about with him, 372 on base percentage, for example. You got to remember the first 3 weeks of the season, he hit 109, and his on base percentage wasn't much better than that. So he had a kind of a 3-week handicap compared to everybody else. He had to make up what he had lost in those 3 weeks and then start from scratch. Nolasco set. And another chopper foul outside the bag at third. Now Centeno going to go out and say something to Nolasco. He's tried just about every pitch that he has in every location, and Desmond able to fight him off. And Desmond has been on as a consistent a roll as you're gonna see anybody. Last 45 ball games, for example, he's hit .363. Goes back to the middle of May. Chirinos, a modest lead, and the pitch inside a full count. Velasco running the string all the way out to Desmond. He hitting second. Rougned Odor will be next. We'll see if they turn Chirinos loose at first. He's on the move. The pitch is chopped over the mound. Tough play, and a base hit. The ball's thrown away, and it goes into the Ranger dugout. It goes into the Ranger dugout on the wild throw, and they're going to give Chirinos third, and that's it.
That was an ill-advised throw.
Yep.
And I'm not sure Dozi's a fairly heads-up player. Been around for a while. He knows that it's Desmond running, and I'm sure he knows he's got no chance to make the play at first, so it would have been much better served hanging on to it.
It goes down as Desmond's second hit of the night, and an error on Dozier on the throw that allows the extra 90 feet for both runners. And Bauer had no chance to get a glove on that.
Well, that wasn't a bat for Ian, where he took about 6 or 7 of his best swings and just tapped a few foul, just couldn't quite connect with one, and ended up getting a little chopper over the pitcher's head for a base hit.
Well, the Rangers have the tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second. Here's Rougned Odor. Ball one. And speaking of Rougned Odor, our TXU Energy Power player to watch. Odor in the last 5 ball games has hit .476, no, 10 for 21. 2 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 RBI. And a chance here to do more damage. Broken bat roller down to Mauer. That'll get the run home. Chirinos scores. Mauer steps on first. Odor is retired, but the tying run comes across. It's now 2-2 with Desmond going to third.
Well, took advantage of the error. Runners moved up, and one of them scored.
Odor with his 45th RBI of the year. We will start over.
Well, tough inning for Velasco. We mentioned the first 2 innings. There were 4 balls hit hard that were outs. In this inning, a little ground ball toward third base turned into a hit. A little chopper over the pitcher's mound. An ill-advised throw turned into an error.
Off the glove of Nunez into left field. Desmond scores. Beltre with the RBI. Another hit with runners in scoring position for Beltre. And the Rangers have a 3-2 lead.
And another ball, a broken bat blooper into left field. Then Rangers end up with 2 runs.
Velasco was better off, but the Rangers were hitting line drives all over the place.
You see where that ball hit Adrian right on the handle. He had just enough of it to get by Nunez for that RBI.
Well, the Rangers score a couple to take the lead here in the third. Prince Fielder takes strike 1. Fielder hit the ball sharply his first time, grounded out to first. 0 for 1 tonight, hitting at .217. Make that .218. Nothing in 2. No overshift with Velasco on the mound for the Twins. Nunez, the shortstop, favoring the middle of the diamond, but still on the shortstop side of second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Velasco's had to work overtime in this inning. Now up to 54 pitches for the night. Beltre at first with a modest lead. Got him swinging. Big slow curveball, and That'll do it. But Rangers take the lead. They get 2 runs on 3 hits, an error, and 1 man left after 3. Rangers 3, Twins 2. Baseball Foundation and Medical Center Arlington on Sunday, September 4th. It's the 5th annual Rangers Labor Day race. Enjoy a scenic 5K course that finishes right on the field, or you can bring the whole family for a 1K fun run. Visit TexasRangers.com/race to sign up. Well, Kyle Lohse now taking the mound for the 4th inning with a lead, 3-2 Rangers. Lohse facing the bottom 3rd of the Twins order. Eddie Rosario, Juan Centeno, and Danny Santana. Rosario caused some problems in that 2nd inning, and a double into the gap in right center field, came around to score on Centeno's 2-run single. One-two pitch. Hit hard by Moreland into right field. And Rosario 2 for 2. Leadoff single here in the 4th inning.
They're doing back-to-back changeups, and Rosario was able to wait on that one. Stayed up a little bit. Maybe not exactly where Kyle wanted it to be. He's trying to throw that ball down and away. Top of the strike zone. A lot easier to wait on a changeup when it's up there.
Well, 5 hits now for the Twins. Rosario has 2 of them, and Juan Centeno drove in both Twins runs with his first hit. First ball swinging. To left center field goes Ian Desmond. Back to first goes Rosario. 1 out. And Danny Santana coming up. The folks, Southwest Airlines and Dallas Love Field invite you to celebrate 45 years of love. Go to southwest.com/rangerslove and enter for your chance to be one of 10 fans to win 45,000 rapid reward points. Danny Santana reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd inning. Bluffed a bunt that had Adrian Beltre charging down the line from 3rd. Santana with very good speed. Taking the place tonight of the injured center fielder Byron Buxton, who we're happy to say is not thought to have a serious injury. His knee is bruised, but he had an MRI today and it came back clean as far as structural damage. So
yeah, that's good news. It looked worse the way they had to carry him off the field, so that's good to know.
Buxton listed as day-to-day, and Paul Molitor saying that they would use a lot of caution with him.
Well, they got the All-Star break coming up. Maybe that'll be enough caution.
Rosario at first, 1 ball and no strikes, the count to Danny Santana. Pretty good lead by Rosario. 2-0. Kyle Lohse 3 times in his last 4 outings down at AAA Round Rock, got over the 100-pitch mark. Worked 7 innings a couple of times, 6 innings once, 5 innings once. And he misses here. It's 3-0. So working to the number 9 man. Kyle Lohse in danger of issuing his 3rd walk. The top of the order, and Eduardo Nunez looming in that on-deck circle. Right down the middle, 3-1. Lohse should check a first. Rosario on the move. The pitch lined to deep left center field. Long run for Mazzari. He can't get there. 1 hop and off the wall. Around third, Rosario will score on the RBI double by Danny Santana. It is 3-3. Santana driving in his 13th run of the year.
Shortstop Eduardo Nunez.
That ball better than it looked off the bat. Santana running on the play. Scores easily.
No, 3 runs on 6 hits for each club. Now here's Nunez, who is 0 for 2. And Chirinos going to have a chat with Kyle Lohse. Odor into join in the conversation. Nunez tonight has fouled out to Chirinos and skied to center field. Nunez, the all-star representative for the Minnesota Twins, will be on his way to San Diego after the game tomorrow. 1 ball and no strikes. That will be his first all-star appearance, and certainly his numbers this year would indicate he very much is all-star worthy. 30 multi-hit games for Nunez. That leads the Twins ball club. Going to third is Santana. The pitch fouled away to the right. And Santana had that base stolen. And Santana reading Lohse properly. Kyle took 1 look back at him, and Santana was off just as soon as Lohse picked that front foot up. Right-hander, a couple of looks back that time. 2-1. Ripped down the left field line into the corner and gone. Eduardo Nunez got a pitch up, drives it out of here, and it is a 5-3 Twins lead. His 12th home run of the year.
And Nunez, for the first time in his career, getting a chance to play every day, and he's cashing in on it, having a big season. He's not a kid, he's been around, but he's never had a chance to play every day. He's never played like this. Leading off, getting on base, 7th in the league in hitting, and now he's got 12 home runs and 40 RBIs. Hanging breaking ball, then a hanging changeup for the leadoff single, and a hanging curveball right in Nunez's wheelhouse.
Now Joe Mauer up for his third time. Fouls it off. Ball carrying well back into the lower seating bowl down there. So 5-3. Twins put a 3 spot up here in the 4th inning as Mauer takes a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mauer is singled and flied to center field. Two and 1. Kyle Lohse having the same kinds of problems that seemingly every Ranger starter has had the last 8 days. Running into a wall in about the 4th inning, 4th and 5th innings. Mauer lifts it to left. Mazara with room. 2 gone. Next will be Miguel Sano. Looking at Lohse's numbers from AAA this year, he allowed 8 home runs in 58 innings. The long ball followed him around a little bit.
In this particular game, he's now thrown 88 pitches, only 48 strikes. I think the one thing might have expected today would be a better strike to ball ratio. There's always been a guy that has accomplished that.
Inside corner for a strike. 1-1 to Sano, who has singled and struck out. 2-1. Lohse back to the plate. By the dive of Elvis into left field. Sano's second base hit. Well, the inning continues. And Doug Brocail is going to make a quick visit out to the mound.
Second baseman Brian Dozier.
The Twins now 8 hits, excuse me. They've had 4 in this inning. They had a single, 2 singles, a double, and a home run. Jeff Bannister checking the status of the bullpen himself. And we're going to get some activity beginning slowly out there. Alex Claudio, the first to get the call this evening. Here's Dozier, who has flied out both times he's come to the plate. He takes strike 1. Dozier has flied to left and flied to center. Rangers go into the overshift. 3 players on the left side of the diamond with Dozier up there. And Kyle Lohse pumping in strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes. Dozier at 248. 13 home runs, 42 driven in. Got Miguel Sano at first with 2 outs. In the air to center field and hit deep. Desmond backpedaling on the warning track and makes the catch right in front of the paddock. Side retired, but the Twins strike for 3 runs on 4 hits and leave 1. After 3.5, 5-3 Twins. fourth inning. Time to take a look at the greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. How about the Cardinals? Carlos Martinez and Tyler Lyons combined for 15 punch-outs. Milwaukee Brewers, recipients of that onslaught, 8-1 in the final. The Cardinals winning that game. Yu Darvish will make his second rehab start tomorrow at Double-A Frisco. And Keone Kela working back-to-back games. He is pitching tonight, and he will pitch also tomorrow. So that's a big test for Keone. Nomar Mazara starting off the Ranger fourth inning. They find themselves now trailing by a couple. Ricky Nolasco drops in the breaking ball, makes it 0-2 to Mazara. Nomar popped out to second base. Was back in the second. Mazara backing out of the batter's box, and it wasn't apparent that Bill Miller had given him time. Nolasco had already started into his windup, and everything stopped, so it's kind of a moot point. Down to the shoe tops. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Mazara. Nomar, who hits out of that wide open stance. 21-year-old rookie up there, and takes the pitch outside. Experiencing his first difficult offensive time in the last 3 weeks or so. Nomar has had a downturn that he's had to deal with. Starting to come back up. It's a slow process. He's gone on strikes here as Nolasco gets his second strikeout. 1 away for Elvis Andrus.
Yeah, they've been throwing hard stuff in and off-speed breaking balls. That's a pretty good breaking ball right there. All right, that's a hard breaking ball down and in.
Well, here's Elvis. He hit a line shot home run, his 4th of the year back in the second inning. Fastball right down the middle. Well, Elvis now a .292 average, 4 home runs, 40 RBI. And our AT&T high-speed internet replay will take you back to that second inning. Push that front row back about 20 feet. Up the middle, Dozier off balance throw, and he got him. What a play by Brian Dozier, the Twins' second baseman.
Yeah, he got something on that throw. He had to go quite a ways to get it. It was hit directly over second base. And the jump throw was not only accurate, it had a little something on it too. Very nice.
Some kind of defensive play. 2 up, 2 away. Mitch Moreland now will step in. Mitch hit a sharp ground ball that Joe Mauer knocked down at first and threw to Nolasco covering for a nice out to end the second inning. Overshift on for the Twins. They have Miguel Sano, the third baseman, playing over in the second base spot. And Dozier on that side of the infield, about midway between Sano and Mauer. Right side of the infield pretty well bunched up. Nunez, the shortstop, playing in a normal shortstop position. 1-1 pitch. Nolasco to the line. And misses outside, 2-2. Mitch trying to get his game timing back just a bit. That's 6 games to sit out and not see live pitching like that. It's got to be a little tough to get it back in. Still 2-2. It's 5 for his last 28 times to the plate. 12 ball games. And he runs the count full. So Moreland trying to get aboard here to extend this 4th inning. Robinson Chirinos, the Ranger catcher, in that on-deck circle. Centeno with the signs, Nolasco with a payoff pitch. That ball's hit well to center field. Santana retreating at the track, at the wall. He can't get it. It's off the wall. Moreland into second with a booming double to center.
Thought he might have had enough of it to sneak it over the 400-foot sign out there in left center field. Santana went after it, couldn't quite get to it.
Robinson Chirinos.
Anytime Mitch gets the ball in the air with his power, you know he's got the power to hit it out there. He must just not hit it quite well enough. Santana gets near the wall, jumps, and just couldn't quite get to it.
Well, that's the Rangers' 7th hit of the night. Moreland at second base now with 2 outs. Robinson Chirinos, who singled and scored. Can't make connections with that breaking ball. Chirinos a .214 average, as you can see. He's now 6 for his last 18 times to the plate. Chance to get the Rangers back on the board again as he takes high. Moreland right there at the bottom of your screen, walking off his lead from second base. 2-1. Well, Chirinos, since coming back off the disabled list, it's been just about a month ago he came back. This is 17th start. Hitting about 185. It has not been a great time offensively. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster for Robinson. He's had some spurts of power. That 2-home run game back in Oakland. And Nolasco
Hit that home run off Craig Kimbrough. Kimbrough just went on the disabled list.
He's going to have knee surgery. Is that what I saw?
They made that trade, I think, for Brad Ziegler.
Right.
As soon as they got him, they announced that Kimbrough was going on the disabled list. I don't think they wanted Arizona to know that ahead of time. They might have asked for more.
Oh, nice sized crowd on hand again here tonight. They are getting noisy. 2-2. Home run off Kimbrough in the 9th inning of that Tuesday night game at Fenway Park. Turned a 3-2 Ranger lead into a 6-2. Full count. Chirinos trying to get aboard to join Mitch Moreland. Shin-Soo Choo hoping to get a shot at Nolasco here in the 4th inning. Now with 75 pitches as he works with 2 outs in the 4th inning. Right-hander agrees, and now the payoff pitch. That ball's hit deep to left field. If it's fair, it is gone. It hooks foul.
Boy. Nunez's ball goes almost in the exact same spot, just fair, and Robinson's goes just foul.
Just a few feet on the wrong side of the foul pole. And Nolasco now exhaling. No, we will come back and try it again at 3-2. To right center field. This is trouble up the alley, but Kepler able to run it down as the ball died out there. Toward the 377 marker, but it came up short. No runs, a hit, one left. After 4, 5-3 Twins on Fox Sports Southwest. West is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by the all-new 3-row Mazda CX-9, meticulously crafted for driving because driving matters. Now Kyle Lohse back to the hill, dealing to Max Kepler. It is strike one, 5-3. The Twins on top of the Rangers. Kepler, Vargas, and Rosario here in the 5th inning. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kepler has walked and grounded out. Twins 5 runs on 8 hits through the first 4 innings. 2-1. That pitch number 99 for Kyle Lohse. Now Kevin Harmon going to go out and check on Lohse. The last pitch that he threw, it looked like he kind of lost his balance a little bit. And that's not great body language that he's using talking to Kevin Harmon. Doug Brocail out there to kind of eavesdrop on the whole thing. See if you can see something here right after the follow through. That's.
Yeah, the way he's holding his arm didn't look good.
Not a real good sign there. Jeff Bannister out, and looks like they're going to let Kyle throw another 1 or 2 to see if he can continue. Not really favoring anything there that I can see. Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, and Kyle says he's okay, so he will continue. But having said that, we'll get some action in the Ranger bullpen. Jose Leclerc up and loosening and doing that as quickly as possible.
The Rangers saw Jose Leclerc in Boston. He pitched great. Struck out 4 and 2 1/3, 2 2/3, something like that. Had great stuff. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Nice pitches to go along with it.
Loesch comes back, gets a foul ball. That evens the count to Kepler at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now the next pitch. High in the air to right field. Choo has room toward the corner. 1 gone. Kenny Vargas will be next. Vargas tonight has walked and scored and struck out. 0 for 1 officially. Off speed and in there for strike 1. Sharp ground ball, fair ball. Moreland to Loesch covering. 2 gone. Now, whatever it was that caught on Kyle Loesch's delivery on that 1 pitch, apparently has had no lasting effect.
No.
Moving around well and covered first base effortlessly. And 2 outs here in the 5th inning for Eddie Rosario. Now, Rosario has been a big thorn on the side of the Rangers tonight. Kyle Loesch has not been able to get him. He's singled and doubled. He has scored both times. And he hits a high drive to right field. Choo is stopping on this. That ball is gone in the upper home run porch. A home run for Eddie Rosario, his 4th of the year. That makes it a 6-3 Twins lead.
Rosario having a career day. He came into the game hitting only .206.
Catcher Juan Centeno.
Well, the 2nd home run get off of Kyle Loesch tonight. Goes along with a 2-run blast from Eduardo Nunez. Bases empty. Juan Centeno is 1 for 2 with a 2-run single. 1 ball and 1 strike. Loesch backing off the pitching rubber. He wants Robinson Chirinos to recycle those signs. Centeno not able to check his swing. 1-2. Matt will even the count. Centeno up with the Twins since the first week in May. He has gone on strikes here. Well, Loesch breaks the string of not having a starter go through 5, but he gives up a run on the home run by Rosario. Halfway through the ball game, Twins leading by 3.
Park in Arlington, the Rangers trailing the Twins by a score of 6-3. And today was a very special day for Texas Rangers season ticket holders, as they had a very special event here at Globe Life Park, complete with a picnic where they could get autographs from some of the star players of the Rangers, and you too can still be a part of the season ticket membership club with the Mission October 30 game plan. It's your last chance to reserve the best seat locations in the event of a playoff run. I should say when the Rangers make their playoff run. Go to texasrangers.com/Mission October to get your tickets today. So a fun season ticket holder picnic today, guys.
All right, Emily, thank you. The Rangers find themselves trailing by 3 now as Shin-Soo Choo starts off the Ranger 5th inning. Top of the Ranger order. Choo is 1 for 2, having singled in the first inning. And the Twins 6 runs on 9 hits. They continue against the Rangers this year to be an offensive force, averaging nearly 8 runs per ball game. Choo's going to ground out sharply to Mauer. 1 out, and Ian Desmond now will come up.
Center fielder Ian Desmond.
Well, Velasco gets the first out here in the 5th inning, and he'll face Desmond, who is 2 for 2 with an infield single. His last time had a base hit to left in the first inning. Desmond now another multi-hit game. And for Ian this year is 37. He takes high. Ball 1. We'll show you our Ford leaderboard talking about multi-hit leaders. Mookie Betts of the Red Sox still on top with 38, and just 1 behind him. And Altuve and Machado and Bogarts right on down the list. Ian up among the league leaders in hits also. He now has 111 this year. Came in 5th in the league, moving up that list of players. 2-1. And something that Ian values, the run scored. Scored his 64th run tonight. This one has popped up. Left side of the infield. Sano making the call, and the catch, 2 gone. And before Rougned Odor steps in, let's send it over to Dana Larson for a Chevy game break.
Second baseman Rougned Odor.
All right, Dana, thank you.
It looked like the Astros were going to lose last night, too. He's had a big rally late, had a 2-run lead. Cal Point hit the 3-run homer to beat them. They almost came back today. They were down 3-0 in the 9th. They made it 3-2.
Rougned Odor, an RBI on a ground out his last time. He is 0 for 2 and drives this one to center. It's playable out there for Santana. And it's a 1-2-3 inning. First time the Rangers have been set down in order by Ricky Nolasco. After 5, it's the Twins 6, the Rangers 3 on Fox Sports Southwest. fans to the ballpark on Sunday, July 31st for the final game of the Rangers-Royals series. Will be treated to the Green Dot bobblehead. That's courtesy of Nitto Tire. It's the second in a series of 3 dot bobbleheads this season. Get your tickets today for the TexasRangers.com. Make sure to collect all 3 dot bobbleheads. Chuck Morgan, of course, made the dot race a staple of baseball back a few years ago. Jose Leclerc, the young right-hander, on now to take over. 22-year-old out of the Dominican Republic. Made his major league debut at Fenway Park and didn't seem too phased at all, facing Big Papi in one of the first matchups that he had at the major league level. Of course, David Ortiz, a national idol in the Dominican Republic, and Jose Leclerc did mention after the ball game that, yeah, his heart started racing a little bit. He said he had to pinch himself a couple times, realizing that he was facing David Ortiz. Fires a strike in here to Danny Santana.
Well, he had well above average stuff that day in Boston. His fastball reached 97. A couple of different types of changeups that he threw. Fun watching him today. See if he can come back with the same kind of stuff.
There's that changeup that acts like a screwball. 2 balls and a strike. Santana 1 for 2 with an RBI double. He's also scored a run tonight. Twins 6 runs on 9 hits. Kyle Lohse in 5 innings gave up that damage. Ball 3 from Leclerc. Lohse had 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. And giving way to the 22-year-old. Leclerc started this season in the starting rotation at Frisco. And he loses Santana to start the 6th. Base on ball. Santana on board, now the top of the order for the 4th time. Leclerc, once he moved back to or into the bullpen, really put together some great numbers. His final 20 outings at Double and Triple A, 149 ERA. Wow, a grand total of 6 earned runs and better than 36 innings of work. Eduardo Nunez is 1 for 3 tonight. Had a big 2-run home run in the 4th inning. That was the blast that turned things around for the Twins. They were tied at that juncture, and Nunez gave them the lead. Pretty good fastball at 94. 0-1. Santana with good speed at first. Leclerc will keep a close eye on him. Line drive to Chu. Has that played well, moving a couple of steps to his right. That's out number 1. Back to first goes Santana, and it'll bring up Joe Mauer. Mauer tonight 1 for 3 and a first inning single. Other than that, is fly to center, fly to left. Clark a check of first, and he will toss over there to drive Santana back. We saw Santana when he was on second back in the 4th inning get a great jump in an effort to steal third, but pitch was fouled away at that point time by Nunez. But the Twins with pretty good speed sprinkled up and down the order. Clark reading the signs from Robinson Chirinos. That's a knee-high strike. Well, that natural movement that he has, fastball and then both of the changeup grips that he throws, a good live arm. In case you wonder what that good live arm looks like, you're looking at it. The ball zipping all over the place. Not only good velocity, but great movement. 1 ball and 1 strike. Santana inching off the bag at first. Rangers looking for that double play grounder from Mauer. Change up, floats outside. 2-1. Leclerc last year, 2015 season, spent the whole year at Frisco. Primarily a starter. He had 22 starts and 26 appearances. Now 3-1. Well, Mauer batting second. Miguel Sano, the power hitting third baseman in that on deck circle. The 3-1 pitch. 2 on for Sano. Chirinos go out and have a little chat with Jose. Say, look, your stuff, let's just get it somewhere in the strike zone. Let whatever happens,
right.
happen.
As much as it moves, just aim it right for the middle of the plate.
Yep.
Won't end up there.
Doug Brocail. Ranger staff, Jeff Bannister, Doug Brocail and company, and Brad Holman and everybody, saw Jose Leclerc in spring, and they were remarking how much more confident, how much better he looked when they saw him in Boston for the first time this year. Said he, maybe not night and day difference, but good improvement for the young man. Sano, a couple of hits in 3 trips. Santana's been saying, why are you picking on me?
Yeah, he said, you went in and told him to do that, didn't you? When Rougned was in talking to him.
Sano takes a strike right on the outside corner. Sano with those 2 hits now has upped his average to 242. Just missed a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. It was the slider version of his changeup. And Sano able to check his swing. 2-1 the count.
That might have been a slider.
Yeah, could have been.
You know, I know the one changeup looks like a slider, but he might also throw a slider. That looked like it was spinning a little bit.
I believe, yeah. I believe you're right.
The first 2 were like 79 and 80 miles an hour. That was a little harder, 83 miles an hour.
Bluff to pick off move that time, and Leclerc with Odor shading up the middle for Sano. And a pretty good angle. Leclerc to have looking at Odor covering the bag. Two and 2. Sano putting up big numbers again despite missing 27 games with a hamstring problem. Last year, as we mentioned to you, he had 18 home runs and 80 ball games in his first foray at the big league level. Down the right field line, and that will slice back into the seats. Still 2-2. And whichever that was, that hung a little bit for him. And Sano fouled it straight back.
Yeah, Sano's got a chance to be a pretty significant hitter in the American League. Takes a good swing.
That's a change-up grip. You get those 3 fingers on the ball like that, it's going to slow the thing down.
It's kind of spun in the direction of the slider.
It did. Got him swinging.
There's some heat.
95 working his way inside on Sano. And Leclerc gets a strikeout. There are 2 gone.
Second baseman Brian Dozier.
That's his best fastball right there.
And that's a 4-seam grip, and you see all 4 seams rotating back toward the pitcher. That's going to be your quickest fastball. And Sano found that out. No, 2 gone. Here's Brian Dozier. Dozier 0 for 3 tonight with 3 fly balls. That's Santana at second, Mauer at first. The pitch just off the inside corner for ball 1. Tuno. They're not missing by much, but enough to fall behind in the count. Dozier this year, not a lot of success with runners in scoring position. Just a 216 average. That's Santana out there at second, trailed by Mauer at first. 3 balls and no strikes. Well, the young man going with 3 consecutive off-speed pitches to the right-hander, with a left-handed hitting Max Kepler in the on-deck circle.
Hey, he just blew away Sano with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
.30 pitch. Lost him. That'll load him up. 3 walks in the inning. Doug Brocail out to have a chat with his battery. Elvis Andrus slowly walking in. Eavesdrop on the conversation, get a little dirt off his cleats. Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, out there to speed things up. In case you're just joining us, there was a rain delay. This ball game originally scheduled to start 8:05, and a rain delay of an hour and 10 minutes pushed it back to 9:15. That's why the lateness of the hour. Kepler 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Ball 1. Clerk trying to zero in on that strike zone. He does. Ripped into the glove of Moreland for the out. It's a quick reaction to his right. the Twins leave the bases full on 3 walks. 5.5 in the books. Twins leading 6-3. The Sonic Slam inning brought to you by Sonic. Tonight's jackpot is $300 and dinner for 2 at Sonic Drive-In. If a Ranger hits a home run during this inning, Betty Stevenson from Waxahachie will win $300. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Betty is going to take home $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Well, Adrian Beltre, Prince Fielder, and Nomar Mazara, the first 3 to face Ricky Nolasco here in this 6th inning. 2 balls and no strikes to Beltre. First pitch of the at-bat. Adrian spinning out of the way of that breaking ball.
Ball almost caught the inside corner.
1-1. Down to 1 knee. Beltre now with a count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Adrian, an infield single, or actually a base hit that made it into left field, but off the glove of the shortstop Nunez for an RBI. Adrian driving in his 54th run of the year. 2-2 now. First time up, Adrian lined to deep center field. Rangers 3 runs on 7 hits tonight, but they've been out hit and outscored by the Twins, who have 6 runs on 9 hits. And Beltre has his 2nd hit. Talk about a tomahawk. That was a tomahawk of a high pitch from Nolasco. Beltre aboard to start the Rangers 6th.
Let's see where that pitch was that he tomahawked. A little bit out of the strike zone for sure.
In case you're wondering what a tomahawk looks like, that is kind of it. When you get that top hand going over the top of the baseball and chopping down on top of it. 1 ball and no strikes to Prince Fielder. Prince 0 for 2. Ground ball to first and a strikeout. This big crowd itching to make some noise here. Two and 0. Rangers did their scoring on a home run by Elvis in the 2nd, and then in the 3rd put together 3 hits and an error by the Twins to score their other 2. Ripped to right. That is down for a base hit. Beltre will move on over to 3rd base, and Fielder get a rope toward the corner.
Down by 3. Nice start to the 6th inning. 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Trying to get back in the ball game. Second ball that Princess hit hard. He hit a hard smash at first. His first time up. Sinking fastball down. And he put a good swing on it. Kepler cutting it off, but 1st and 3rd now for Mazara.
And nobody out, and so Mazara now representing the tying run in this ball game. Nomar's popped out and struck out tonight. The hits are now even at 9 for each club. Nomar able to check his swing on the breaking ball. That was very similar to the one that he struck out on last time up. He filed that away in the memory bank. He saw something similar. He laid off of it. He has seemed to have that ability to file pitches away like that, Tom. And
yeah, he does. You can fool him once and comes back and takes it the next time. A couple of off-speed pitches. Ahead in the count now, 2-0. Velasco, a little bit of trouble right here. They have to make a pitch.
And approaching that 100-pitch mark. Trevor May throwing out in that Twin bullpen.
Yeah, launch one out of here to tie it before they go to the bullpen.
Now 2 balls and no strikes. Centeno back behind the plate after the conference. Beltre at 3rd, Fielder at 1st. The 2-0 pitch. Double play ground ball, Dozier to Nunez, back to 1st, the double play. Beltre scores. No RBI for Mazara. That cuts the Twin lead to 6-4, but it's a very critical 2 outs on 1 ground ball.
Velasco made a pitch, 2-0. Got the ground ball on what looked like a sinker. They may turn an easy double play. They just get a run closer. Looking for more right there.
No, base is empty, 2 away, and here's Elvis. Andrews with a home run to left. He shoots one into the hole. A 2-hopper over to 1st on the throw by Nunez to get Elvis by a half a step. Now quickly, that'll do it for the Rangers. A run on 2 hits, nobody left. After 6, 6-4, Minnesota. Rangers got on the board on the bat of Elvis Andrews, his 4th home run of the year, a line drive that got out of here. That made it a 2-1 Twins lead. Adrian Beltre then gave the Rangers the lead briefly, a 3-2 Texas advantage. And that was before Eduardo Nunez got a hanger from Kyle Lohse, a 2-run blast that gave Minnesota the chance to go on top 5-3. They have each added a run It is now 6-4 with the Twins batting here in the 7th inning. And Jose Leclerc going right after Genis Vargas with that good fastball. Vargas 0 for 2 with a walk. He struck out and grounded out in his 2 official at-bats. Pop foul. Beltre over to have a look, but that's back into the seats in the 7th row. And just judging from the apparent purpose that Jose Leclerc has taken out there this inning, there was some information exchanged about how to use your good stuff a little more wisely.
I kind of get your drift on that one.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, Jose, again, a 22-year-old making his first visit to the major leagues. His major league debut last week in Boston. A lot to learn. Every time out is a learning experience. A good change up there and got the chopper foul. But Leclerc walked 3 in his first inning tonight, the 6th inning. And had a couple of pitch sequences that, well, weren't in line with his ability. Off-speed pitches in 1-0, 2-0 counts. Gives up a rifle shot to right field. That's going to be a one-hopper off the wall for Vargas. Going into second base, he will reach standing with a double.
Yeah, Vargas might be gaining himself some playing time in this series. Swinging the bat pretty nice.
Outfielder Eddie Rosario.
96-mile-an-hour fastball. Turn it around, hit that ball hard.
Oh, leadoff double as Vargas at second. Here's Eddie Rosario, who's had a big night. Single, double, home run. He is 3 for 3. Triple shy of the cycle here tonight. Twins now with 10 base hits in the first 6 innings, plus 1 hitter here in the 7th. A little bit low, 2 balls, no strikes. Rosario with the 3 hits has that batting average up to 223 at the moment. Leclerc, a check of second. 3-0. Rosario batting 7th in the Twins order. He'll be followed by Juan Centeno. Three and 1. Well, Leclerc, Jose, that was his 34th pitch. He has thrown 19 balls and 15 strikes in those 34. Pop foul, that'll fill the count. Kind of similar for the outing he had in Fenway the other night, and we attributed that to nerves, and tonight could be the same thing. First time in the home ballpark. Yeah. Get a little bit overamped.
He'd be unusual if he wasn't affected a little bit by it.
All right. Now the 3-2. Into and out of Robin Citrin's glove. We'll try it again. Vargas getting his lead from second right there at the bottom of your screen. To right field, Chu going back, and it's over his head off to the side. Vargas will stop at third, and now after Odor drops the ball, he's going to come down and score. And on to third goes Rosario. It is a 7-4 Minnesota lead.
That's one of those line drives hit directly over the outfielder's head that can cause problems from time to time. Chu got turned around, turned the wrong way. Actually was far enough back and had time. He just turned around. He was a few feet away from the ball. Turned the wrong way right there and then couldn't get back to catch it. Would have been men on second and third. Ball short hopped Odor, and both runners were able to move up.
So it goes down as a double and an error on Odor for the missed catch. No RBI for Rosario, but the run on the board makes it a 3-run lead once again. They changed that error to the throw from Chu instead of the catch by Odor.
It was probably a ball that Odor could handle, but I think when the ball bounces, it tends to go to the guy that threw it.
So Chu with the error. That's the first Ranger miscue of the night. On the play, Rosario went to third, so he's down there. Rangers pull the infield all the way in with Juan Centeno at the plate. The 2-0 pitch. 3-0. Centeno tonight, a 2-run single back in the second inning. Other than that, he has flied to center and struck out. Lost him. Well, the fourth walk issued by Jose Leclerc. Runners at first and third. Still nobody out. Danny Santana coming up. Doug Rocaille, another quick to the mound.
Danny Santana.
A lot of pitches tonight. Alex Claudio is getting warmed up. This will be the 42nd pitch for Leclerc. Kyle Loach was over 100, somewhere around 107, 108 pitches tonight.
Yeah, so we're looking for the Ranger pitchers right at 150 or so for 6 innings plus 3 hitters here in the 7th. Leclerc trying to shut the damage off at 1 in this inning as runners at first and third, nobody out. Danny Santana has had an RBI double and a walk. He has scored once, 1 for 2. Ball 1. Santana, the switch hitter. Currently a 253 average as he takes a little bit low. 2 balls, no strikes. Jeff Bannister going through something that's difficult for any manager. That's struggling with pitching. How far to go with the individuals and what's best for the rest of the ball club. It's hard to balance out sometimes.
Yeah, it's funny, early in the year, Buzz, we were talking about all those games in a row that the Rangers had with at least 6 innings from the starter. You almost go out there, you expect it, you take it for granted, it looks easy, and until you get into a stretch where you find out how hard it really is.
2-1 pitch. 3-1. Yeah, we were concerned at that time. Well, how are all these guys in the bullpen can get work? They had an 8-man bullpen at that time.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're worried about everybody but the closer and maybe the setup guy getting work. But now you're going the other way.
Yep.
How do we get them rest? The 3-1 pitch coming from Leclerc. Odor. They get the out at first. It's going to be a rundown double play, and they will turn it that way into score. is Rosario. He and Desmond's coming off the field. He forgot how many outs there were. There are 2 outs now with that double play.
I don't think he was the only one. He just got a little farther than everybody else.
Shortstop Eduardo Nunez.
If there were 1 out, the fact that they didn't get the runner with a tag would have allowed a run to score, even though it was a double play. But with no outs, it didn't make any difference.
So that makes it an 8-4 Twins lead. Base is empty now. And Joe Mauer, or top of the order, I should say, and Eduardo Nunez. Nunez, big 2-run home run in the 4th inning. 1 for 4. He takes a little bit low. A ball and a strike. The Twins now 8 runs on 11 hits. They've also had, 4 walks from Leclerc, and Odor throws out Nunez. That'll do it. But 2 more on the board for the Twins. We'll take the stretch here in Arlington. It is an 8-4 Minnesota lead. And now let's join Chuck Morgan as he introduces God Bless America.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Will you please rise and direct your attention now to the area behind home plate and welcome back One Voice. In honor of all the veterans who have served our country and the servicemen and women who are currently stationed at home and around the world, One Voice will now perform God Bless America.
Timeless moment this evening as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. And this date back in 2002, a memorable All-Star day, no doubt, in a tie. That's a 7-7 draw, and that's really what was the impetus for the current setup, where the winner of the All-Star game, the American League or the National League, has home field advantage for that year's World Series. And that's a big change. There have been a lot of people coming down on either side of that argument ever since, but that's the way it is right now. Trevor May is leading things into the 7th inning.
If you go back a ways in the All-Star, quite a ways, the All-Star game was played a lot differently, where the regulars, back when Willie Mays and Ted Williams and players such as that were playing, they played 9 innings quite frequently. There wasn't quite as much emphasis on trying to get everyone into the game, but when that game ended in a 7-7 tie, the All-Star game had evolved into almost a situation where each manager tried to get everybody on the roster into the game so that they all participated. And when they did that, unfortunately, it was a tie game. They ran out of pitching.
Yeah, and that really was at the crux of the matter, that the pitchers, they made some changes too about guys that are going to throw on Sunday and aren't eligible for the All-Star game, that kind of thing. And it goes back to that same problem.
It doesn't make any sense to let a guy go there and you can't pitch anyway.
Right. Well, Mitch Moreland leading things off for the Rangers. Moreland doubled his last time up. He is 1 for 2 tonight. Rangers trailing 8-4 now as the Twins continue to add on in this ball game. Mitch fouls another pitch off from May. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Ricky Nolasco with the first 6 innings allowed 9 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned. Did not walk a batter, which is his norm. He struck out 3 this evening. Excuse me, 2. And Mitch, foul tipped into the glove of Centeno. And Trevor May strikes out his first man. Well, our Kubota Power Stats talking about Trevor May. Good, lively right arm. 13.2 strikeouts per 9 innings. That's 5th most among relievers in the American League this year. A lot of guys at the tail ends of bullpens that have pretty big strikeout numbers. Not many of them more than Trevor May.
Centeno going to the Tony Pena style of catching with nobody on base. See if he does it again.
Getting right down on ground level, huh?
Yep.
Robinson Chirinos 1 for 2.
Not this time.
No. 1 ball and 1 strike. Robinson, a base hit in the 3rd inning. Came around to score in that frame. That was the 2-run frame the Rangers put up. 2 balls and a strike. Bottom of the 7th inning. Rangers trying to claw their way back into this ball game. Twins, however, just haven't let them up. They added a run in the 5th, 2 runs in the 7th. Sano cuts that ball off. And Chirinos is out number 2.
Right fielder Shin-Soo.
And before Shin-Soo Choo steps in again, let's send it over to Dana Larson for a Chevy game break. All right, Dana, thank you. He's cooling off the hot Indians. Choo 1 for 3. Shin-Soo had a base hit in the 1st inning. Since then, has flied to left and grounded to 1st. Two balls, no strikes. field and outfield. Shade Shin-Soo Choo slightly to the right. Infield maybe a step or two more than the outfield. With respect to Shin's ability to drive the ball to left field, he played the left fielder more toward the line than you would see most left-handed hitters. Three and one. Trevor May back to the plate. Bullet right up the middle. Choo has his second hit tonight.
Came in at 94 and went back out a little harder than 94.
Choo 2 for 4. He keeps this inning going.
Center fielder Ian Desmond.
That'll make the pitcher flinch when it comes back at you like that.
It did.
I guess you can't really think about that if you're going to be a good pitcher, but at the same time, you got to be aware of it when you're pitching. Are there certain hitters you say to yourself, I'm not throwing him away?
Yeah.
Frank Howard, for one.
Well, Frank Howard, you tell your third baseman to go ahead and play deep. You're going to throw him changeups inside. But there were some guys, particularly on a breaking ball, if you threw sliders away from a guy that would take it right back up the middle. And Dick Allen was probably the scariest right-handed hitter I ever saw do that. Yeah, he was known for plunking guys in the middle.
When Dean Chance, who was a very good pitcher, was pitching for the Angels against Frank Howard, he used to throw the ball, and after he let go of the ball, instead of following through toward the plate, he would let go of the ball and back up 2 steps with his glove in front of his face. Which was a lot of respect, but maybe self-preservation too.
Yeah.
He probably had Big Frank hit one back at him once or twice.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Ian Desmond. Well, it would only take one time to have Frank Howard hit one at you. You may not get a second time.
Yeah, they talk about the one that he hit at Brooks Robinson when, the third baseman didn't play anywhere near the bag. He played back on the outfield grass when Frank was up. He wasn't going to bunt. They talk about the line drive that he hit at Brooks and went right by his head, and he couldn't even get his glove on it.
Yep. And Desmond gone swinging. So that'll do it for the Rangers. A 2-out base hit with a strand. Choo. We'll go to the 8th inning. It's the Twins 8, the Rangers 4 on Fox Sports Southwest.
Special messages for information.
Aggressive fan of the game, Buzz and Tom. We got to give it to Edward and Margarita. You guys got today. When did you get married?
It was about at 3 o'clock today in Fort Worth.
All right, well, congratulations. You decided, hey, big Ranger fans, let's bring some of the wedding party behind us here to the game. There they are, having a good time. Whose great idea was this?
Oh, both of ours.
Congratulations. congratulations. Here's another wedding gift for you. Progressive bag. Congratulations. Big plans afterwards, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll keep the party going, and then, who knows, after that, we'll go home and hang with my wife.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's it. That's all we need to know. All right, congratulations. Way to go, guys.
Now, those are some Ranger fans. 3 o'clock this afternoon, they get married. They're out here for a later start. Alex Claudio on to become the third pitcher used tonight by Jeff Bannister. Claudio just recalled yesterday for the 4th time this year from AAA Round Rock. Last time we saw Alex in a big league uniform, he was facing Cincinnati back on the 21st of June. Joe Mauer, first Twin hitter to face him. Mauer takes a strike. 1-1.
Every year there's going to be a couple of pitchers who spend time at AAA, spend time in the big leagues, go up and down multiple times. A lot of it has to do with the complications of a 40-man roster and whether or not you're on the roster or not. Sometimes there's room, sometimes there's not. But if you have options left and you're on the roster and you're a quality pitcher, when there's a need, you've got a pretty good chance of being called up. And guys like that, they appreciate all the time that they get in the big leagues. Same time, it creates a little bit of a hassle as far as where do you live in each place, travel plans. But there's never a complaint when you're coming in this direction. That's for sure. You'll figure it out when you're in the big leagues.
Yeah, you never see guys have a hard time getting up when they get called up. They're there immediately. Going back down sometimes can take a day or two.
Yeah, and if you've got a family and kids, it could be a little complicated. And obviously, if you're a player, you go where you're supposed to be, whether you're called up or sent down. But for the wife and your kids, it's not that easy to just pack up and go 4 or 5 hours in one direction and then have to pack up and do it again. Alex has been up and down 4 times. I think Scott Feldman one year might have been up and down 5 times.
Sano rolls one down to his counterpart. Adrian throws him out, 2 gone. Yeah, that's where you're on a shuttle. You just have 2 weeks in one place and that's it. You get a 2-week lease for a hotel room or whatever it is.
Yeah, it'd probably be cheaper for the team just to have an apartment in both places. Just leave it open each time they come up and down.
Alex, a couple of quick ground balls, 2 outs, and Brian Dozier 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. That changeup floating in for strike 1. Dozier with 3 flyouts, 2 to center, 1 to left. That walk came in the 6th inning. 86 miles an hour from Alex Claudio. That's about his top end on that fastball. But when he mixes in that 66 mile an hour, 65 mile an hour changeup, now you're talking about a 20 mile an hour differential that guys have to cover.
You might have to worry about that right here.
Flip the heater.
More
again.
heat.
Last outing that Alex had was at New Orleans 3 days ago. There's the changeup. Odor playing over there at shortstop spot and just does get Dozier. Well, 3 ground balls, and Alex Claudio has a quick 1-2-3-8. 7.5 in the books. Twins leading 8-4 on Fox Sports Southwest.
In the bottom of the 8th, trailing the Twins 8-4. This is game 3 of a 4-game series between Minnesota and Texas, the final of the unofficial first half of the season before we hit the All-Star break. A day game affair tomorrow here on Fox Sports Southwest. A.J. Griffin gets the ball for the Rangers, and there you see the numbers of Miguel Sano against Texas. Coverage starts at 1:30 with Rangers Live, and we are thankful to the fine folks at AT&T High-Speed Internet for getting us ready for Game 4, the finale of this 4-game series tomorrow afternoon, guys.
All right, and thank you. Well, Fernando Abad, the veteran left-handed reliever, on now to face the Rangers here in the 8th inning. Rougned Odor, Adrian Beltre, and Prince Fielder. First 3 to face Abad. Odor tonight 0 for 3, but he has driven in a run. He got an RBI on a ground out back in the 3rd inning. He is up there letting it fly, fouling it back. Abad, 34th game of the year for the Twins. 1-3, a 2.57 ERA. League hitting just 222 against him. Abad for the last couple of years with the Oakland A's, with Houston before that, as he's ahead of the count, 0-2. Abad from the Dominican Republic. Made his major league debut with the Astros back in 2010. And he gets Odor with a fastball. One gone. Beltre coming up. Quick reminder that July 26th is your next chance to take advantage of $10 Tuesdays. Tickets for the A's Rangers game are just $10. You can add on a $10 meal deal when you purchase online. Plus, all fans on Tuesdays will receive $10 parking. Visit TexasRangers.com/specials to secure your $10 Tuesday tickets for July 26th. Adrian with a 2-hit night. He's had a pair of singles. He has scored a run. He has driven in a run. Adrian's average now, as you will see, up to 281. RBI total at 54. One behind the team leader, Ian Desmond. One ball, one strike. That's lashed foul right past the Twins dugout. You don't seem particularly concerned down there. They almost got picked off by that bolt.
They took a bad hop, they would have been.
Abad back to the plate. And Adrian laying off that changeup, 2-2. Fernando Abad last year was in 62 games with the A's, 69 the year before that. So he's accustomed to a pretty heavy workload. Fouled back and out of play. Beltre back in. Rangers trying to catch fire late. They have done it before. This may be a little different scenario for them. It just seems that last week or so, going back to the road trip, that spark that they've had before is just not present for Jeff's ball club on any given night. Part of it's a fatigue factor, playing 27 ball games in 28 days. Adrian draws the one-out walk. He is aboard. But, and that's part of the thing, Tom, I don't know if you agree or not, but it seems like teams go through cycles, whether up and down in offense and things like that, but also in energy level.
Yeah, and it's hard to be at your peak energy after playing whatever it was, 37 games in 38 days. And you've got a 3-city 10-day trip, you're home for 5 games, then a 3-city 10-day trip, you're home for 4 games. That's tough travel. Then you've got the 4 o'clock game in New York.
Right.
You got the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock arrival back from Boston with games the next day. And so, as we've said many times, that's the tough stretch of the Rangers schedule. It doesn't distinguish them from other teams. Everybody goes through it. Every team has tough schedule. Seattle has tougher schedule than anybody with all the miles they have to fly. So you can't use it as an excuse, but it has a little bit to do with a bad streak here and there for different teams. And it's tough to maintain the pace that the Rangers had to begin with. But as we said the other day in the pregame show, even with this bad stretch of 10 days, easy fly ball to right field, you've still got a team with the best record in the American League and a 6.5 game lead. So things could be worse.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And what you hope for is you got 4 days to refresh at the All-Star break. It looks like Keone Kela will come back after the All-Star break. Yu Darvish is pitching tomorrow, is it?
Yes.
Tomorrow in a rehab start. They'll reevaluate that situation. At the most, you would think maybe one more rehab start. At the least, maybe that'll be enough. In any event, if things go true to form, he'll be back in the rotation sometime right after the All-Star break or shortly after the All-Star break, and then things will begin to look a little bit more normal. But in the meantime, you just have to weather the storm and keep grinding away.
And it's a good time. If you're going to have an All-Star break, this is the time to have it for the Rangers. It's well timed from that regard. Not that you can look forward and get it done like that, but Rangers can use the 4 days. All right, Brian Rua has come off the bench to pinch hit for Nomar Mazara against the left-hander Abad. Brian, of course, strong against left-handed pitching this year, and that's one of the reasons he has been such a big contributor. Rua, a .354 average against southpaws. Beltre at first with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. And Abad missing way wide. 3 balls, no strikes. Well, Abad falling behind. Abad walked Beltre. Got the fly ball from fielder for the 2nd out. And he is falling behind Brian Rua. 3 balls, no strikes. Elvis Andrus hoping to get a shot with a couple of runners on.
Yeah, Abad came in just firing the ball. He struck out Odor on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Then he got ahead of Beltre and threw him 3 straight changeups and walked them. And now he's walked Rua, pitching himself into a jam. A little too cute out there. Remembering what the score is and going after him.
And it's amazing to watch pitchers go out there and, as you mentioned, blow away Odor on 4 pitches and then lose the aggressiveness after a couple of pitches to Beltre for no apparent reason.
No, he got a 4-run lead.
It wasn't like he got lit up and lost his aggressiveness.
No.
Well, here's Andrus, a home run back in the 2nd inning, his 4th of the year. Take strike 1 from Abad. 2 runners on. Rangers trying to get back in this. Elvis can do that with 1 swing at the bat. Other than the home run, Elvis has grounded out twice. Abad a long look into Centeno. Call on the outside corner. Elvis trying to give himself a chance to count to 10.
Good pitch. Good pitcher's pitch.
I think you have a whole different attitude about that call if you're up by 4 runs instead of trying to claw back in it. 0-2 pitch. Popped out of play over the Ranger dugout. 37,708 on hand here this evening. Very good crowds. This is the first sub 40,000 crowd, but pretty close to 40 here tonight. The rain before the game had an impact, I think, on the walk-up crowd. Little loop route back over at first base. Mauer going out. He can't get there. It's down for a hit. Beltre will score on to third, goes Rua. And now Elvis will continue on to second as the ball just lazily tossed into the middle of the infield. Well, the Rangers, with a run across, trail at 8-5. And with 2 runners on, Jurickson Profar is coming up as a pinch hitter, representing the tying run.
Jurickson has got himself a couple of key hits over the last 10 days in a pinch hitting role. There it comes. I'm not sure where that throw is going exactly. Kind of lobbing it in the general direction of home plate. Elvis just keeps right on going. Put another runner in scoring position.
So Paul Molitor, and really he's going to be doing Jurickson Profar a favor. He's going to get the right-hander to come in to face Profar, who will turn around from his stronger side and bat as a left-hander against the right-handed reliever. So Molitor making the switch. Pitching change underway here. Rangers making noise in the 8th inning. We'll take a timeout. We're back right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Getting things going in the 8th inning. They trail now by 3 as Elvis Andrus had the RBI single driving home Adrian Beltre. Runners at second and third. Brandon Kintzler, the heir apparent to the closer's job at the moment for the Twins. On now. This is 26th appearance. And a 2.19 ERA in the league, hitting just 2.17 against him. We saw Kintzler up there at the Target Field. Got a live arm. Well, Jurickson Profar, the pinch hitter for Mitch Moreland. And Profar turning around to bat from the left side against the right-hander. He takes that fastball in for strike 1. Profar, a .317 average. Got Rua at third, Andrus at second. An 8-5 Twins lead. So far a healthy swing, but fouled it back. Mentioned Jurickson, who was coming up to bat from the right side against Fernando Abad before Paul Molitor made the switch. Profar against left-handed pitchers hitting just .194, but against right-handers hitting .368. We'll see if that holds true in this at bat. Tapper, Kintzler, Fields throws him out, and that'll do it for the Rangers. So the rally cut short. They get a run on 1 hit, but strand 2. We're going to the 9th. Twins leading the Rangers 8-5 on Fox Sports Southwest.
Life Park in Arlington. Dana Larson here reminding you we've got a post-game show coming up after the game, and it will be worth staying up late for. A complete recap of this one with reaction from the manager and in the clubhouse, as well as the plays of the first half. You don't want to miss that, and we'll set up AJ Griffin in the finale tomorrow as well. So join me, Mark McLemore, and Pudge Rodriguez, who just brought me a coffee. That will certainly help. Pudge is always so sweet, and coffee is...
Pudge looks like he needs a coffee.
I may share mine with him after all. We'll see after the game, guys.
Okay, Dana. Yeah, the Twins come up here in the top of the ninth. Max Kepler to start things off against Alex Claudio. Claudio came on and worked the 8th inning, got 3 quick groundouts in a 1-through-3 frame. Jurickson Profar staying in the ballgame after pinch hitting for Mitch Moreland. He takes over at first. One of 2 defensive changes for the Rangers. The other one, the left fielder Ryan Rua now the pinch hit for Nomar Mazara. 2 balls and a strike. Kepler 0 for 3 tonight with a walk. Time called just before Alex Claudio went into his motion. Kepler, a .241 average. Leading off this 9th inning for the Twins. Chops it foul. Hits in this ball game even at 11. Twins, though, have been aided by 6 walks here this evening. A lot of base runners. They've stranded 8, and they have scored 8. Lead 8-5. The 2-2. Beltre cuts it off. Fires from down under. Kepler retired, 1 away.
Designated Kenny Vargas.
Adrian and Elvis. Elvis trying to imitate what Adrian was doing. That little slingshot throw from his hip. Kenny Vargas, switch hitter, turns around to bat right-handed against the left-hander Claudio. Vargas 1 for 3 tonight. He has walked and doubled. He has scored twice. Two balls, no strikes. Chirinos flashing the signs, and Claudio is set. 2-1. Now as Claudio has faced 4 hitters, he's gotten 4 ground ball outs. That change-up fastball combination. There's the change-up. Just missed the inside corner.
Fans are still into it. They're getting on the umpire.
Yeah.
Would have been a tough call, but it would have been within his right if he chose to call it a strike.
3-2.
Get back in there.
Claudio with a 3-2 pitch. Shot fair down the first baseline. That's going to be extra bases for Vargas. Chu over to play the carom, and Vargas will pull in at second with a 1-out double. Kenny Vargas twice now has gone to right field for doubles. He's 2 times up. Looks like Robbie Grossman is going to come off the Twins bench and run for Kenny Vargas. Well, Vargas retires, going 2 for 4 this evening. Now Grossman, pinch runner out at second base. Eddie Rosario is 4 for 4 tonight. He is still a triple shy of the cycle. He's had 2 doubles, a single, and a home run.
Scored 4 times.
Big night for Rosario. The batting average up to 229. Claudio's 0-1 pitch. Looks like about half of this crowd, it was over 37,000, have remained in the ballpark despite it being 20 minutes after midnight. That's out of play.
Nice play on the carom.
Saturday night, where would you rather be? Gets over midnight.
That guy would have missed getting that ball if he left. Oh boy.
Another catch and release for
nice, very nicely
Tom,
done.
you got these guys pretty well trained. It's impressive.
Started with a net man a long time ago.
One ball, 2 strikes. Claudio, the third pitcher used tonight. Kyle Loach went the first 5. Jose Leclerc worked a couple of innings. And now Alex Claudio in his second inning of work. Two and two. Claudio back to the plate with a 2-2 pitch. Got him looking. And he found a way to get Eddie Rosario out tonight. 2 gone.
Good fastball by Alex. That's pretty much his best fastball. 87 miles an hour. Got the call near the outside corner.
Well, first strikeout for Claudio tonight. 2 away. Juan Centeno, the catcher, stepping in. Centeno 1 for 3 with a couple of runs driven home. 1 ball, no strikes. Centeno facing Alex Claudio. Alex 24 this year. Made his major league debut a couple of years ago with the Rangers, 2014. Worked in 18 ball games last year for the Rangers after working 15 in his first campaign. 1 ball and 1 strike. Originally, Alex, a 27th round pick by the Rangers in the 2010 draft. And still having a great time out here.
He's still yelling.
Yeah, screaming for Alex to get this half inning over so the Rangers can get back to bat in the bottom of the ninth. Robbie Grossman, the pinch runner, came on for Kenny Vargas, who doubled into the right field corner. Juan Centeno waiting as Claudio sets. 1 and 2. He is fired up. Wonder how much cotton candy he's had.
That's what he's yelling for. Where's the cotton candy man?
Mine's wearing off.
You guys drink coffee, I eat cotton candy.
Got him swinging. Audio back-to-back punch-outs. That ends the top of the 9th inning. No runs, a hit, one left. Rangers coming to bat, one more shot at the Twins. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Twins leading 8-5 on Fox Sports Southwest. Fox Sports Southwest is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By AT&T High-Speed Internet. Get a deal worth talking about. Get high-speed internet from AT&T. And by your Texas Ford dealers. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today during the Ford Freedom Sales Event and see why Ford is the best in Texas. The 9th inning, Rangers trailing by 3. Jeff Bannister going to his bench one more time. Jared Hoying come off the bench to pinch hit for Robinson Chirinos. And Brandon Kintzler deals strike one. Hoying, last time we saw it, Jared, other than pitching, he pitched in the first game of this series. Chops this one to Sano at third. One gone. Hoying came into the ballgame in Boston. Had a couple of hits. He chops out here in a pinch hitting role, and that'll take the Rangers back to the top of the order. Shin-Soo Choo. Choo with a 2-hit night. Pair of singles. Shin-Soo at 272 with the average. And that's hit hard, but shot out of play down the left side. That foul ball made their night.
Yeah, they're glad they stayed.
Yep. Line drive by Chube out to the shortstop Nunez, and that is out number 2, Ian Desmond. Last hope for the Rangers here in the 9th inning. Now Brandon Kintzler, who has 4 saves to his credit, in line here to pick up 5 if he can get Desmond. That has been no easy task for opposing pitchers. Ian 2 for 4 tonight, and hitting at .320. Oh, and 1. Desmond singled each of his first 2 times to the plate. Came around to score in the 3rd inning. Good moving fastball. And Desmond not able to check his swing. 0-2. Now Desmond back in there. Kinsler set to work. The 0-2 pitch. We'll try it one more time. Paul Molitor's club on the verge of winning 4 of 6 from the Rangers, with one more game to be played tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon more accurately. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rangers have not had an easy time with the Twins. We are 3-6 against Minnesota since the middle of last year.
It's funny how that works, Buzz. There's a stretch of the schedule a while back. You look at it and go, well, if the Rangers can get through this part of the schedule right before the All-Star break, they've got 7 games against the Twins.
Yeah.
You can never say stuff like that, boy. You just never know what's going to happen. The Twins are a much better team than the way they played early, and the Rangers caught them when they're in a good, they got a good thing going right now.
Sure do. 2-2 to Desmond. Laced out of play down the right side.
He had his glove, but I think he fanned on it. Oh, boy.
Now, they, on the other hand, are not real pleased that they stayed in their seats anyway for the rest of this.
I hope she's okay.
Desmond rips one to left field. That is by the outfielder Rosario all the way to the wall, and Desmond pulls into second with his 3rd hit of the night.
That's one you'd like to see the exit speed off the bat, because that's about as hard as he can hit a ball right there. That ball went over Rosario's head like he was standing still.
One of those sinkers that didn't have a chance to sink. Solid contact. Oh, a dozen hits for the Rangers tonight. They have the same number that the Twins do. Rangers still 3 runs short, however, in that column. Rougned Odor 0 for 4 tonight. Up the middle, he is now 1 for 5, and he's going to have his 2nd RBI as Desmond rounds 3rd and crosses home plate. It's an 8-6 ball game, and don't go away quite yet, folks. Jeff Bannister's ball club has something brewing here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Rougned shooting that ball right back through the box. Now here's Beltre, who is 2 for 3. Adrian, an RBI single in the 3rd, a leadoff single in the 6th. He came around to score in that frame. He walked and scored in the 8th inning. And Adrian Beltre at this moment represents the tying run. Taking a strike all the way, it's 1-1. Jeff Bannister, flanked by his bench coach, Steve Buechele. Love nothing more than to erupt. To left field, Rosario coming on, makes the catch, and that'll do it. Rangers come up a couple of runs short. They get a run on 2 hits and leave 1. And the Twins have won the 2nd in this 3-game set, with the finale tomorrow, 8-6, the final here tonight. Rangers a little bit short on the comeback in the 9th inning. We'll come back with more from Globe Life Park right after this on Fox Sports Southwest.
Early totals for tonight's game.